Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently August 5th, and we have quite a bit of movement in the market in individual names. There's obviously also a lot of earnings to take place after the bell. So it should be a pretty interesting tape today. I'm just looking at some of the pre-market movers, leaders, laggers, finding trade opportunities. ZTS reporting earnings, very strong earnings, gapping up, double beat. You're gapping up right into the daily 200 moving average. Notice how you've been getting rejected once here, twice, three times, kind of fourth. So the daily 200 MA is pretty big for ZTS as we speak, but doesn't mean we can't get through it. I think ZTS can squeeze to 168.50 today, and then the upper band target is 175, and then eventually 185 plus. But you are into a little bit of resistance. I would anticipate that we can probably try to sweep these highs. A lot of momentum here on ZTS. Yeah, look at that. 171 pre-market high. Where does that put us? 171. Wow, we're almost swept these highs already. I would consider buying a backtest on ZTS around this 162.31 for a long. Let's look at some other names here. DD, DuPont, right now gapping up to the 200-day moving average. This one probably wants to press a little bit higher. You're above your ATR2 on the daily. Let's see where we want to go. Not a bad looking chart. Not a bad looking chart, that's for sure. Tougher name to do anything there with. Let's look at Axon, A-X-O-N. Oops. So Axon looks like it's probably going to test new all-time highs, break out. Very expensive stock, so it's tough for retail to trade that name, at least on the common share side. Let's look at a couple other names here. ZBRA. Zebra Technologies also gapping up, breaking out of a nice consolidation pattern here on ZBRA. Probably want to hit 379, 378 over the next week or two. LDOS. This is actually a very constructive chart, one that's had a lot of meaningful consolidation. You've reset a lot of the indicators, big gap up, breaking out of this bull flag pattern on the daily chart. I mean, there's really not much resistance here up until you get to this next little consolidation pivot zone around 180. Whoops, that's not. Strong breakout session for LDOS. Let's look at some of the decliners today. INSP, Inspire Medical Systems, gapping down humongously on the session today. Absolute gap down on this name, and honestly now it gets interesting. It really does. Let me just make sure there's no crazy news on it. So big cut by JP Morgan. Inspire Medical Systems reported quarterly adjusted earnings of 45 cents per share for the quarter ended June, higher than the same quarter last year when the company reported EPS of 32 cents. The mean expectations of 18 ounce for the quarter was for earnings of 21 cents per share. Wall Street expected result range from 12 to 27. Revenue rose 10.8% to 217 million from a year ago. Analysts expected 240. Okay, so it was a top line beat on the rev. Inspire Medical Systems reported EPS for the quarter was a loss of 12 cents. Okay, the company reported a quarterly loss of 3.59 million. Inspire Medical Systems shares have fallen 2.8% for the quarter and lost 32% so far. Forecast changes. The mean earnings estimate of analysts had fallen by about 15.5% for the last 3 months. In the last 30 days, one analyst negative blah 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 blah. Wall Street's median 12-month price target for medical systems is about 210. About 38% of its last closing price. Wow. So this stock just got absolutely cratered. Median expectation is still $210. I mean, you're just getting absolutely crushed here. This is one that's breaking down in a very large way. I mean, you're reaching an ATR -2 level on the weekly chart. That is huge. That is absolutely filthy, that breakdown. What is the market cap going into this? 3.83 billion, but you're down sharply on the session, trading near the lows. I mean, just as a bottom fish play, this one is kind of interesting for sure. Let's see what else we have. But that is an epic breakdown. So you are coming into a bit of this support trend line. So that one will keep on watch for a window open because there's a nice little deviation band here. You've had a huge extension move to the downside, coming into some support just as a bottom dead cat bounce. Coinbase is seeing some volatility as well, offering a convertible note. So a bit of debt offering coming into coin, guys, this morning. Right now it's down by about $14 in the pre-market. This one probably wants to hit to sub 300. I'm looking at 293. That's your 50% Fibonacci retrace, but coin offering a pretty decent shelf offering here. It's a nasty little decline. That one could be a continuation short, guys. We could actually get a continuation short on coin today, guys. That is a nice little A plus setup. Especially when you have crypto week this morning. You have Bitcoin down by about $1,000, trading under 114, down 0.92. Oh, I'm freaking hoping for Joby to do an offering. Maybe they're waiting for, they might want to keep Joby pinned until its earnings tomorrow. But Joby is just a monster. I can't believe it's just staying so elevated. A shelf offering's coming. The board would be crazy not to do some sort of a shelf offering at these levels. But I definitely think it's coming. It's just, you have to be very patient with this name. But earnings Wednesday, I don't think they're going to gap it up. Obviously, anything's possible. But maybe Wednesday they do a little bit of a debt offering. But Coinbase does look like it wants to go lower. I'm looking at 295 to 293 zone. Definitely you can go lower on coin today. I like the backdrop of crypto being weak. I really, really do. So we'll certainly keep that on watch. So Coin under a little bit of pressure this morning. Let's continue to scroll through some tickers here, guys. Agilon Health. AGL. Stocks under pressure as well this morning. Pretty large gap down after it's already been through a huge sell-off. I mean, you were already getting with the daily chart RSI, huge oversold condition, and now you're sweeping that little bit of a bearish or a positive divergence even on the weekly chart. Reporting earnings, a miss on both the top and bottom line. Where did we go in the pre-market? Pretty much trading near the lows of the pre-market, around $1.07 on the session. Pretty interesting. Let's keep scrolling through here. What do we got? Just looking for some of the ones that are trading decent amount of volume. Vertex Pharmaceuticals, this was one I was looking to go long. I'm glad I stayed away because they just keep battering healthcare, pharmaceuticals. VRTX, obviously gapping down. This is definitely on watch, guys, for a trade today. We'll also discuss Palantir and HIMS in a moment. But VRTX sweeping this main pivot low. I mean, now we got to go to the weekly chart just to identify some larger support levels, and you can already see we're trading underneath that weekly EMA that we pierced here. So if we just look at how much we pierced the weekly EMA off of this little, take a look at this. We pierced the weekly EMA here by about 4.6%. So if we replicate a very similar move, 4.6%, give or take, Could we be heading to about 405? So as a baseline target, let's just put a trend line there. And now we got to see what else we have for support levels. First things first, what does this trend line give us? Yeah, look at that. There's a trend line right there. Okay, so we're getting there. We're building some support. We're definitely building some support here. Let me check something out on my other screen here. Just give me a second here, guys. I just want to do something here. Wow. Support. No volume support there. So I like VRTX around this 406 level. Where did we go in the pre-market? Yeah, we actually even went sub that. Even 390 is a better level. So between 390 to 384, they're probably going to sell VRTX down a little bit more. So this one is on watch for a continuation short lower, guys. That's for sure. But 390 to 384, let's actually draw a box in here. So there's potentially a decent short left on this VRTX because this is a bullish pattern that has actually failed. Give me a second, guys. I'm just looking at something here. So that name's under a lot of pressure this morning. Vertex, TDG, TransDime as well, also under pressure. Slight gap down on TDG, piercing the 50. You probably want 14.50. It's an expensive stock, so hard to really recommend and do anything. I know a lot of people won't be trading that name just based off of how expensive it is. Let's go through some of the usual suspects here. We'll discuss Palantir and HIMS. QS still has gone through a large decline. At some point, you would expect a really large bounce. Perhaps that bounce is occurring today. Definitely looks like it could start to squeeze to the upside. SMCI will be an interesting one to see how that reacts. It does have earnings today, so SMCI is still going to report after the bell, and we'll certainly see if that name wants to break out of this high pivot liquidity sweep 66, so that's on watch. What else we got going on here? Palantir, we've already looked at that with our member chat. The PLTR is holding unbelievable strength. And that is a top short. I think that there is definitely going to be some distribution and profit taking today. The level that I'm looking at is going to, I mean, daily chart, you're blasting through this ATR. But if we can squeeze up to this weekly ATR 1, which is right around here, this 173.88, that would be absolutely beautiful. Potential short zone. So I'd love to see that area tagged on Palantir's chart. If we look at HIMS, HIMS is violating some key levels itself. This one looks like a continuation short down. I'm actually very interested in taking some put options on HIMS this morning. You've had a really big bounce off of the lows. What type of a bounce is this? This is roughly an 8% bounce. I like it. I'm hoping that it stays firm up in this region, but I am looking at shorting HIMS off of the open. If we get a bounce back up to say 57 bucks, I'd look for a continuation move down into at least the $54 area, your 50-day moving average. And then there will be a big bounce level on HIMS as well. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla right now lagging the market, negative on the tape, which is not a good sign for Tessie. You're still trying to hold this key wedge pattern, but definitely running out of a little bit of momentum in the near term. You just got the death cross, guys, on Tesla yesterday, where you had the bearish, well, it hasn't actually officially crossed over, but perhaps with some weakness today, you're about to get the death cross on Tesla. So Tesla's chart not looking too good, guys. I mean, right now the medium to long-term trend is definitely flipping bearish with this death cross. You're underneath all the key moving averages for the time being. Tesla really needs to firm up here, guys, or we run the risk of going much, much lower. Let me just grab some more coffee and then we'll continue to look for some more setups. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, my voice was muted. Appreciate that, absolute truth. So my trade setups this morning, I'm not looking to do too much with the indices today. Um, Obviously Joby's kicking my butt right now. That probably is going to stay firm into its earnings. Whether they gap it up or gap it down is obviously yet to remain, but the stock is definitely extended, still pretty poor fundamentals in the near term. That being said, stocks that I am looking to trade today, I'm looking at executing a short on Coinbase. Coinbase, I think, can go down to at least this 293. You got your 50% fib retrace of this whole entire up move. You got an EMA 113. You got an ATR -1 level down there. So there's a lot of confluence. Why is Coinbase under pressure? Two reasons. Crypto's weak this morning. Bitcoin down 0.75%. I like that headwind for coin. And obviously coin did announce a private debt offering of about 2 billion in convertible senior notes. So dilution of shareholders, not typically a positive sign. This is one that I am looking at potentially getting into 300 puts. Coinbase is a top watch for me today on the short side. Obviously, we got HIMS. HIMS is going to give us two opportunities. HIMS is probably going to look to try to retest the pre-market low and sweep that pre-market low. So I like HIMS for a short. And Palantir obviously as well for a short. We do have some long levels on HIMS, but they're a little bit lower. Okay, so we got HIMS, Coin, Palantir all on watch for a short setup. PLTR, let's see where that's opening. Big bad boy. Gapping up, finally producing $1 billion in revenue for HIMS. Oh, I'm hoping Palantir can squeeze up to this 173 level, guys. That's where I'm looking at shorting PLTR. It is a swing trade as well as a day trade level. I do like when two levels confluence, that's for sure. All right, let's flip to the dual charts here. I am going to turn off these ATRs. So we got Palantir, we got HIMS. So 300 put on coin. 300 put on coin looks pretty good. I think I'm looking at a $55 put on HIMS. I want to see it bounce a little bit and then short it. Palantir, I'm looking at a short around this 173.50, 174 zone. So hopefully it stays firm. Obviously we got SPY on watch. Vertex Pharmaceuticals, I have a long level a little bit lower. That one's another name that could probably be shorted. Markets are set to open here briefly. So I don't have coin up on my screen I'm displaying, but I am looking at coin shorts, him shorts. Palantir's not there yet, but 170 puts on Palantir, even 160s for a swing trade look pretty enticing. Alright, Palantir's trying to push up here. Palantir almost hit our short level, guys. It tapped that 173 level, seeing a little bit of reversal now. Alright guys, I'm looking at getting into HIM's $55 puts. HIM's $55 puts. End of week. Joby's gone negative, so Joby's seeing a nice little reversal after it was up about a few percent in the pre-market. Nvidia is still holding technical structure up at the highs. S&P still green, Bitcoin still struggling. It's high risk. I just took HIM's $55 put. HIM's $55 put. Palantir's into a short level, guys. I am short Palantir common shares as well, guys. PLTR common shares. You have SPY seeing a little bit of distribution at the highs, still holding up okay though. Coinbase is catching a bit of a bid. Coin is into a short level. So we're in 2 trades already. Sorry, that's a correction. Made a mistake. It's 175.51 on Palantir short. 175.51. PLTR short. HIMS, we're riding those put options. Coinbase getting a really nice bounce. That should go lower. Yep, I'm already in 2-day trades. I'm in $55 HIMS puts. We shorted the high of this candle. And I'm in a Palantir short, 175.51. SPY looking a little bit heavier here, but still trying to hold up steady. You see I'm still short Joby, looking for that name to come in. So again, guys, I'm short HIMS. This was a pre-market setup that I discussed. Coinbase is a huge A+ setup here, guys. I'm just gonna stick with the 2 trades that I have on the screen here, which is HIMS and Palantir. But Coinbase also into a huge short level. I think that one's gonna dip under 300, guys. Coinbase is also an A+ setup short. Seeing a little bit of distribution hitting the tape here. Look at Palantir. We gave you that short level, guys. PLTR. We're crushing that name. Beautiful. AMD wants back to 160. That's what Georgiana's saying. Yeah, you know, it's certainly looking like that. It has earnings, right, today, so Bitcoin's still struggling. Crude oil still struggling. Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Meta, Tesla, all negative. Netflix down. JP Morgan about to go negative. SPY, Qs, IWM still green on the session. Chipotle Mexican Grill looking for a breakout on CMG, guys. Look at CMG. CMG is catching a bit of attention here. Looking for an inverse head and shoulders bullish pattern. Members know I'm still holding end of week call options 42.50 on CMG. So we are looking to squeeze that name higher. Come on, Joby. Joby just needs to fall here. Vertex Pharmaceuticals down 15%. AGL down 52% on AGL. My oh my, what a monster decline on that individual equity. That is filthy. I mean, there's got to be a dead cat bounce here on AGL. It's trading now like a penny stock. Oh my gosh. Chipotle Mexican Grill ripping to the upside here. Keep squeezing, CMG. Keep squeezing. CMG trying to print to the high side, triggering a beautiful bullish pattern on CMG, guys. Come on down, HIMS. Come on down. Where are... Good morning, Muhammad. Let me just turn on my 50 moving average here. Do I have it open? Palantir, again, we're short Palantir, 175.51. But this is a swing trade level, guys, so I'm not even really interested in taking profits on the swing unless we get a huge decline. SPY right now is trying to push higher, guys. The S&P 500 testing 632, pushing. S&P is pushing. Nice bounce today in Kraft Heinz Ketchup. KHC. Beautiful backtest of point of control, volume shelf, backtesting your neckline breakout. Nice bounce on KHC today, retested that 50-day moving average. Guys, CMG, high beta mover. I'm breaking to the high side here. Looking like it wants to squeeze on CMG. You're so oversold on this particular name that it could absolutely rocket moonshot to the upside here. Alright, what else we got going on in this tape? Let's see the hot list, the volume gainers. Palantir still up 7.8% on the session. HIMS is trying to make a move. Coin is trying to make a move. The whole entire market is strong. Look at CMG triggering that inverse head and shoulders, guys. Big squeeze on Chipotle. It's not even lunchtime yet. Big squeezer. Big squeezer, CMG. Squeeze it to the upside here. Squeeze Chipotle, squeeze. Chipotle's triggering that bullish breakout. Palantir, still epically expensive up here. Hims is catching a really decent bid here. Back to the highs of the session, you can get a really good entry on that short if you're not with us on the trade. AGI, Vertex still down. Pfizer up 4. Open is slightly negative. Hims is down 10. Quantum State is green. That's trying to squeeze up 4% on the session. You're seeing Amazon, nice bounce today on AMZN, ONDS, green. BBAI, green. Lucid, green. Joby, green. AMD, slightly negative. Palantir trying to make a move higher. Spread on Chipotle is huge. Peter asking about natural gas, UNG. Let me look at it on my other screen here. Yeah, so natural gas has been pummeled. I still think it goes a little bit lower in the grand scheme of the trend, but it's positive today. For a day trade, Peter, I would have to see natural gas sweep the low from yesterday. For a swing trade, I only like it around 280. So no problem, Peter. I don't really know what the UNG level is. I'd have to look at it more in depth, but nat gas around 280 is definitely something that I think could work out. All right, so you are seeing a very sizable bid in the equity markets. You have the S&P 500 at the highs of the tape. This is why things are rallying to the extreme here, guys. We are still seeing a lot of strength creeping back into this equity market. Alright guys, I'm going to take a final add to my Hims put. I just added here at 145. It's in Palantir occurring though. Big bounce in Hims. Hims is trying to squeeze even higher here. Still have weakness in your pharmaceuticals. You can see the strength creeping back into this equity market. Joby back to the negative side. Yeah, Hims is strong. Hims is strong, but this is a wild trading range, guys. It's not an easy short, that's for sure. It's got momentum. It's a wild trading range. Palantir trying to retest these highs here. And the reason why it's strong is the market's strong too, right? It's trading with the market. Coinbase still trading at 308.95. Tesla's still negative. Palantir up 8.8%. Silver catching another little bid. AMD back to the green side. UNH slightly green this morning. Carvana up this morning 1.82%. Joby is seeing a little bit of distribution today. It was one of the stronger stocks in the pre-market. Are they finally selling into Joby? You can see the heaviness is starting to creep in. Let's see if they can sweep this gap up liquidity. Take us back to the gap. Take us back to the gap, Joby. SPY right now still holding quite steady on the session. QuantumScape showing some strength today. Pfizer still up 4% on the session. Hims is still trying to push here. Monster mover in Hims, guys. It's a monster mover. Flip back to our Palantir, PLTR. Chipotle still above 43 bucks, trying to push up 0.5%. Hims is still trying to make back all of these losses here. Palantir, first 15 minutes of trading is now complete, guys. SPY still trying to push above 632, holding quite steady. Nvidia slightly down on the session. Palantir going for another move to the upside. Hims is still a beast right now. Palantir right back to the highs. Coinbase trying to go test that low pivot from yesterday. Peter asking Lulu for a swing trade. You know, Lulu's been decimated to the extremes. You would have to think it's going to catch a bid at some point, right? But it's just been absolutely smoked at every single turn of the market. And what's concerning is that the market has been strong, right? But Lulu's been weak. I would have to say yes. It should catch a bid down here. You're sub 200. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Extremely oversold. But, there's always a but. I don't know, I had a technical level at 167 that is still trying to hold steady. Alright, Hims is kicking my butt right now. I might have to report to Hims for some medical attention. But Hims is squeezing here, breaking above that opening range. The S&P is still putting in new highs, guys. That's the real reason why Hims is just a monster this morning. Just pushing to the upside. But if you want to try to bottom tick Lulu down here and just keep a tight stop loss, you know, a 3 to 5% stop on the trade, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it's so oversold, but we'll see if they want to push it. All right, so still getting my butt kicked on Hims right now. Palantir just in common shares. Hims is still trying to shake and move to the upside here. Are they going to chop Joby down? Come on, chop Joby down. Back to the positive side on Joby. S&P 500 still pushing higher here, guys. S&P still pushing. You do have a lot of strength hitting this tape today. Pharmaceuticals are under pressure. Too much retail momentum, and that's why I'm trading it. I know it has a wild trading range. It absolutely does. I was prepared for this. We got still to the end of the week. You're just getting a huge momentum bounce. Intel strong today, guys. QBTS is strong as well. Chipotle going for another new high of day. There goes CMG, guys. CMG trying to squeeze. Hims is squeezing still. Look at Chipotle, guys. Chipotle is on fire. Look at the move on CMG, guys. We already know that is a member swing trade that is pushing to the high side. This stock could be up 3 or 4% on the session today. You're coming into your first little resistance zone on CMG, but I like it for a nice squeezer. You know, it's so depressed down here. It's one of those plays that are hitting the monthly chart support, weekly chart support. TP1 has been tagged, but TP2 is all the way up here around 43.90. So let's see if we can squeeze Chipotle up to 43.90 today. Right around this high pivot reversal zone. A lot of volume sitting there. Now that we've cleared this little volume decline, we should try to see it push higher. Hims is still a monster. Palantir still holding quite steady at the highs. Joby still slightly positive. S&P still trying to trend. Bitcoin catching a bit of a bid. Nat gas up 1%. Starbucks slightly negative. Look at Hims. Hims is a beast, guys. Hims is a monster right now. Squeezing to the upside. Only down 5% right now on Hims. QS trying to move higher here. BBAI up 1.83. Palantir still seeing a bit of sell side pressure. Still have Nvidia down 0.5%. Roblox is slightly negative. Hood is slightly negative this morning. GameStop is positive. UNH up 1%. Does Hims want to go positive here? That is the question. Monster move back up. Big test of this wide range green bar. This is a big level for Hims now. This would be a nasty sweep. If Hims ended up coming down, that would be a filthy sweep. Palantir still holding steady. Hims is now testing that wide range green bar candle on the daily. SPY starting to come in a little bit, guys. The S&P coming in a touch. Palantir still holding steady. Chipotle printing a new high of day. I'd like to see that. Good job, Chipotle. Joby curling slightly down. Come on, squeeze Chipotle. Squeeze Chipotle. So Chipotle squeezing as the S&P seeing some sell side pressure. Pump those 4250 calls that we're in. Look at that, guys. And I don't have it on the position chart because that's a little bit of a member swing trade that we entered last week and doing a bit of bottom fishing down here. And Chipotle is shaking and moving this morning. Chipotle only up 1%. This stock could be up 2-3% today. Hims, wow, Hims. What are you doing to me? They're trying to take Hims green. Look at that liquidity coming in. Massive dead cat bounce. Palantir still holding strength up at these highs. Tesla slipped back to the green side, back above 311. Nvidia still down 0.4. Interesting trends. You have nuclear stocks doing well. Some quantum names are performing. Coinbase is starting to try to firm up. That's with crypto backdrop firming up as well. Open is down slightly on the session today. Come on, Palantir. Give up the goods. Give up the goods. Oklo today is squeezing as well, guys. Huge breakout for nuclear. Inverse head and shoulders has triggered on OKLO. Massive strength hitting the tape. Uranium is squeezing to the upside here, guys. The S&P is still holding pretty strong. Very strong. Wow, Hims has destroyed me so far. Still early in the tape. The market hasn't really given any sort of a dip. Palantir still holding near the highs, up 8.97%. We're short off the 175.51 zone. Come on, Chipotle, squeeze up to 44 bucks now. Squeeze. I think you have Hims liking the fact that UNH is strong this morning. That's obviously helping XLV. Did I take Palantir negative today? That would be disgustingly cool. S&P is seeing a little bit of distribution at the moment, guys. S&P 500 is seeing some sell side pressure. Hims is still back testing $60. Pretty 61. Wow. Bitcoin still down 0.63%, guys. BTC. SPY starting to print a bit of a 15-minute reversal candle. SPY is only at 0.1%. It is lagging. It's the lagging indice on the session today, guys. Coinbase appearing to come through a bit more distribution. Palantir seeing a little bit. Apple, Nvidia still negative. Amazon's the strong mega cap today, up to almost 2%. Meta still seeing some strength, up 0.8. Tesla up half. Google up 0.88. So Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, your three big boys on the session are seeing distribution today, guys. Big boy distribution hitting the tape. Joby, back to the negative side. Come on, Joby. Take it negative, guys. Take Joby down. His stock has been relentless. Relentless. Is there going to be some profit taking ahead of Joby into its earnings? Joby really doesn't have any earnings. It's just forward-looking future deals. So chop it down. SPY seeing a little bit of distribution this morning. You can see a nice little 15-minute bearish potential engulfing candle. Oh my god, Hims is just murking me this morning. We do have some 10 o'clock data about to hit the tape very shortly. Joby, they're trying to take Joby green. I mean, they're trying to take Hims green here. Can you believe that? That's pretty insane. So far, Cabin, you've made the right decision to stay away from shorting Hims. I'm getting my puts are absolutely getting toasted here. But we still got time. This is 30 minutes of trading. At least Palantir's cooperating off of our level. Chipotle still trying to make a move. Hims is a monster. Tesla's pushing right back up, back above 311.80. Big push on Tesla. There's a big drop on data, guys. Big drop on data. SPY's now gone negative. Huge decline there. Big decline. Dixie's pushing. Yields are pushing. So nice drop on the S&P 500 there. Nvidia's still holding steady. So that was a data dump. 10-year yield up 0.3. 2 yield up 0.43. PMI data. Hit the tape there. A little bit of a liquidity dump and snatch. HIMS is pushing right back up. Pretty insane bounce. Only down 1.82% now on HIMS, guys. So SPY's definitely under pressure off of that 10 a.m. data dump. So the PMI data expectations was 51.5, came in at 50.1, so a little bit of a decline. You're still above the 50. SPY under a little bit of pressure here. Yields are quietly creeping up here, guys. Yields are quietly creeping up. SPY's seeing a little bit of distribution to the downside. Palantir still off of our short level, looking to come down. So you did get 50.1 on the manufacturing PMI. Expectations was 51.5, so a little bit of a decline. A little bit of a decline in the manufacturing PMI. You're still in growth, but definitely below expectations. Interesting to see. Yields are still trying to push up off of that data. Big bounce on Palantir. SPY still trying to hold steady. HIMS is still printing to the upside, looking like they're going to take HIMS positive here. SPY is still looking a little bit more bearish, trading in the negative territory. Small caps are still printing to the upside right now. So they're still very, very strong on the tape. IWM is leading the charge to the upside. Citigroup seeing some more declines. Microsoft still negative. AMD's just holding on to slight positive price action. Hood is slightly down. Roblox is down. China stocks are mixed. Another day, Teladoc is down on the tape. A pretty decent decline hitting Palantir, guys. PLTR, SPY seeing more sell side. HIMS is still staying exceptionally strong right now. Really decent decline in the S&P 500. How deep are they going to take us? That is the question. Apple looking for some rejection. Nvidia's weak on the tape. Bitcoin back down 0.86%. Coinbase getting rejected off of its highs, selling off. HIMS is really the only thing that is staying firm here against us. Netflix has turned negative on the tape. Roblox getting a little bit heavier. SPY really dumping here, guys. S&P 500 dumping pretty sharply here. HIMS is looking to go positive. Joby's now coming in a little bit more. Come on, take Joby down, guys. Take Joby down. HIMS is crushing me. Bad trade on my part, guys. Really, really bad trade on my part. PLTR, we're still green on PLTR. That's still holding steady. Joby looks pretty heavy here, guys, so still looking to press Joby into the ground. Maybe some profit taking ahead of its earnings. Earnings are set to be reported tomorrow. HIMS did go positive there, guys. What an epic reversal on HIMS. I mean, look at that rally. That is absolutely insane. Insane. Let's get back to SPY here. Palantir still looking pretty heavy up here, guys. PLTR. You have the Dow negative, SPY negative, Nvidia negative, Bitcoin negative, crude oil negative, Microsoft negative, Apple's green, Google's green up 1%, Amazon pumping up 1.91, Tesla getting slightly faded from its highs. What an epic bounce on HIMS. HIMS is just a monster this morning. Joby trying to lose and test the $20 level. Joby now down 1.15%. Palantir coming off the highs. Nvidia is still curling down to that 179 zone. Intel still pumping. SPY looking a little bit heavier here, guys. SPY continuing to see some sell side. HIMS is still a beast. JP Morgan getting clapped today. That's down 0.9%. Financials are really underperforming the market in a pretty big way today. Financials definitely seeing some underperformance. Wow, Hims is a beast today, guys. Hims is a beast. Sorry about that trade, but you win some, you lose some. Hims is definitely going against me in a big way. And now I kind of have to just see if we can get at least a little bit of a dip to salvage some of this move that just occurred. Let's turn off some of these ATRs. Palantir still trading below 174, but holding up fairly well. SPY catching a nice bid off of that EMA 113 on the 15-minute chart. SPY right now is below its opening range, so your opening 15-minute range, we are trading slightly below it. So we'll see if the market wants to sell off a little bit more, but we are trading below that opening range. 629.62 is your value area low for this recent trading range in the indices. You have a lot of earnings after the bell still set to take place. Nvidia is still looking fairly heavy here. John C saying ZTS, big reversal. Let's look at ZTS. Yeah, look at that. Zoidus. Wow. That is filthy. That is filthy. Holy. See, this is why earnings reactions are so tricky, right? I would have to anticipate that this is going to get a bounce. That is nasty. That is disgusting. Wow. I mean, you probably want to sweep these lows here, but if you want to try it at a 145 Pierce along on Zoidus, ZTS, that would be the level 145 Pierce. That is filthy. That is just nasty. And this is what earnings are so tricky, right? They absolutely rip it in your face. And it just could be telling us that's why SPY's weak, right? There's a lot of distribution occurring under the hood of this market today. AMD back to the negative side. You got financials weak. Healthcare is really your bright spot today that I'm observing. That's why HIMS has made this beautiful reversal. Should have taken that into account with UNH. Let's look at Novo. You know, we do have some long levels coming up in VRTX, guys. VRTX is a name that is getting sold into as well. I'm glad I didn't take a long position in this equity, but VRTX dropping and approaching a bit of a long level. I have a long level on VRTX coming up here. TP zone right into this 385 zone. I do like VRTX for a bit of a stab on the long side, so I'm going to keep that window open, but it is starting to come in. AGL, that's down 57%. Oh my goodness, AGL's nasty. HIMS is still trying to hold that gap fill positive price action. Look at this AGL, guys. This is like a penny stock down at these lows. We can absolutely trade common shares just like some high beta risk options play. But look at AGL down so substantially. I'm even thinking of taking a swing trade down at these deep dark depths below, because it looks like a very interesting level. Look at SPY dripping even lower here. Down 56%, guys, on this AGL. SPY dripping even lower now. My oh my. What a decline in this name. Your aggressive long level, guys, on SPY is a pierce of this pivot low here. So sweep of this 629.40, you can try to take a stab on SPY calls. I'm just going to let it be. Goodness, this AGL is kind of intriguing me. It's so oversold. 57% gap down. You could probably get a huge bid off of the lows, which you are right now. But if we retest those lows, I would definitely be somewhat interested. Palantir still holding above 174. HIMS is still a monster right now. Joby looking a little bit heavier, but still holding above that $20 level. Hood is still green. Silver's still pushing. Carvana still up about 1.63%. Can they take Joby down? Can they take Joby down to its gap fill from yesterday? Earnings tomorrow. Maybe people are de-risking, guys. They've pumped Joby to the extremes. We'll see if that wants to break down. Palantir still holding up quite well on the tape. Nvidia down 0.5%. Open is back to the negative side. Tesla has been so choppy, guys, today. Tesla's been up, it's been down, it's been up, and now it's down again, and now it's trying to go back to the positive side. So my oh my, Tesla just cannot seem to hold its gains. At every single turn, it keeps getting sold into. Now you're trying to get a pump, but you keep getting rejected off this EMA 113. SPY looking even more heavier now, guys. SPY is really coming in. HIMS is still holding positive price action, guys. AMD down 0.35%. Amazon's still pumping to the upside. Palantir still holding steady. SPY's getting chopped down here. You're coming into your value area, guys. A little bit of a volume zone here. This purple little line at 629.62. There's an aggressive long coming up around this 629.30-ish zone. Joby, come on, Joby. Take Joby below $20. We break $20 on Joby, guys, and we're going to see a pretty big sell-side program come into Joby, I think. Palantir still holding steady. Come on, Joby. This is the first little decline we've had in Joby for quite a long time, and down 1.3% is absolutely nothing. I want to see us break this OR low. Come on down, Joby. HIMS is seeing a little bit of top wicks. Nvidia just made a new low, guys. Nvidia just made a new lows. Georgiana's saying she can see Vertex falling into the 310 level, broke November 2021 trend line. Yeah, there's certainly a chance that it can go lower, right? You are hitting my little bit of a buy zone. I had around this 386, 385 zone, but this is just a day trade level, Georgiana, that I identified. I agree with you. It's certainly getting slapped here, but I was looking at just a day trade scalp along this 385, 386 zone for VRTX. But you think it can go to 310? I haven't really looked at the swing trade side of it, but it's certainly under pressure. Yeah, you're breaking some pretty important trend lines for the time being. You haven't officially broken it because you haven't gotten that weekly close, right? This is a weekly chart trend line. So a daily chart, you could break it, but a weekly chart is your bigger signal. But yeah, it looks like you're going to at least try to sweep this liquidity low. Target this wide range green bar around 350. I mean, I like Vertex, honestly, with the healthcare complex. If UNH starts to bottom here, I'm going to keep watching this for a swing trade because it's a nice quality stock. Earnings report wasn't that bad. I mean, still posted a double beat. But into some support right now. Alright, Joby's still looking a little bit heavier here, guys and girls. Oh, I'm getting an alert on Chewy, guys. Chewy, Chewy, Chewy. Time to buy some pet food. Let's look at Chewy real quick. Chewy is hitting a long level to the downside. I have an alert for Chewy set. I've been waiting patiently for Chewy for quite a long time. And look at Chewy. $35 sweep. Oh, that is nasty. Nasty. I think we're back testing some pretty important key levels. SPY going lower. Joby's about to break $23, guys. Come on, Joby. Give it to us. Give us a nice dump. I want like a 10% down day on Joby. SPY's certainly under pressure. What are we hitting here on Chewy? Just give me a second. I need to pull up my bigger time frame chart. Whatever we're bouncing sharply off of this, I think it's a daily chart level. Joby's breaking $20, guys. J-O-B-Y, breaking 20. So Chewy is now into piercing that daily 200 moving average on Chewy. Big area. Wow, look, you're hitting your weekly 50. So I mean the next zone is your weekly 200. Maybe that's where you want to go. Weekly 200. I'll put an alert there on Chewy. Market's looking a little bit heavier here, but there is some support here on that weekly 50 moving average on Chewy, but things are just looking a little bit heavy here. Nvidia, new lows, guys. SPY really starting to come in full force. QQQ and SPY are now negative. IWM is next, guys. IWM is next to go negative. Joby coming in. Nice to see Chipotle bouncing off of its key little neckline zone. Alright, SPY is coming into an aggressive little long level. Let it sweep this little bit of a pivot zone. EMA 113 on the 5-minute is coming into play. Look at Chipotle. Chipotle trying to firm up here even as the market is selling. You're getting some strength. Come on, CMG, pump it to the high side. Joby down 2% now. CMG still trying to push. Nice clean back test right now on CMG. Alright, so you're trying to test your value area low on SPY, guys. Value area low is coming into play. Come on, hold steady, CMG, hold steady and pump it. Joby's looking pretty heavy here, guys. HIMS is still holding at 63, but seeing some top wick reversals. HIMS is still holding quite steady, but definitely seeing a little bit of sell side pressure off of this gap zone. Still an impressive reversal. Joby, come on down, Joby. Come on down. Joby breaking, getting very heavy here. SPY testing that value. That's not the buy level. There's some support here on SPY, that value area low, but you're probably going to slice through that the way Nvidia is selling right now. Let's look back to Palantir here. Microsoft still negative. Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta are still holding positive price. Palantir still holding some strength at the highs here. But markets are definitely looking a little bit heavier here. Joby starting to see some more downside. 1988 on tap, down 2.5%. CMG still holding steady. HIM still holding steady. Palantir still near the highs. There we go. We're piercing some thresholds here, guys. Value areas are being tested on SPY. Chop us down. Vertex Pharmaceuticals still coming in. Tesla down 0.4. QS still holding up 5%. Palantir still up 8.5%. Nvidia almost down 1%. SPY is dripping to the downside right now, guys. Dripping. Drip it down. Chipotle's still holding strength. Kraft Heinz Ketchup still holding strength. So you're seeing a bit of defensive sectors getting a bid today. CMG still pumping, guys. CMG holding quite well. Give us a new high of day, Chipotle. Hims is still pushing, guys. Hims is still Palantir trying to push. SPY's still seeing some sell side pressure. CMG, give us a new high of day, Chipotle. Chipotle's still trying to squeeze, guys. We could hit 44 bucks today on Chipotle. Vertex Pharmaceuticals still dripping even lower here. My oh my. Some stocks are getting clapped today. Big distribution. So you have all indices negative, guys. SPY, Q, IWM. Everything has turned to the negative side. Dixie's up at 98.95. 2-year yield up 0.73%. Rallying, trying to change forward-looking expectations of rate cuts. Amazon seeing a little bit of distribution as well. Hims is still testing that 63.20 zone. Holding slightly negative. Joby under 20. I think these Joby $19 puts could be tested today. I want to see Joby get absolutely smoked. I want Joby to close back inside of that 1850 zone. What is that pivot high? That pivot's around 1850. What's the exact pivot high? 1855. I think we could see Joby close back inside of. That would be a huge liquidity sweep. Look at the VIX. Let's take a look at the VIX. Yeah, the VIX is pushing here, guys. Pushing. That's a great observation. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. But the VIX is certainly pushing, guys. Hims is now seeing more distribution. SPY going lower. There's a bit of support coming into SPY. If you're an aggressive trader, you can buy this EMA on the 5-minute chart. I'm not personally going to, but this is the bounce level. There is a bounce level there on SPY for a quick scalp long. Palantir still holding steady. Hims seeing a little bit of sell side. Nvidia getting rocked today, down 1.18%. Whenever Nvidia is underperforming the indices, you already know you're in for some interesting price action, guys. But Nvidia is certainly underperforming the major indices today, and that is always a troublesome sign in the near term. When your behemoth, your biggest company in the world, underperforms, you could be in for some interesting price action, that is for sure. Let's look back at Palantir, PLTR, still roping people in on the long side here. Palantir could potentially break this OR low at some point today. That would not shock me. Hims finally back to slightly negative on the tape. Still holding quite steady though. See, look at that big bounce on SPY, guys. That was your little long level. I wouldn't be in the trade too long if you're holding that. Nvidia is still heavy. Nvidia could be doing a 3-bar surge on the 15-minute chart. So it's had 30 minutes of really heavy sell side pressure. A 3-bar surge into 176.38 would reset a lot of intraday indicators. So let's see. Oof, Vertex Pharmaceuticals is now into a long level. So VRTX is hitting my long level, but the question is, do we want it? Again, down 18% right now. VRTX is into my TP, my scalp long TP. SPY is getting a bounce here. Wow, what is this RSI trading at 6.1 on the RSI 15-minute chart? That is filthy. That is just downright dirty. Oh my goodness, they have absolutely been knifing this stock. So if you want to take a stab on the long side here of Vertex, look at it. We're getting a little bit of buying pressure. But VRTX hitting my TP in the near term, guys. Interesting, interesting. Getting a nice little reaction there on VRTX right off our TP zone. SPY dripping a little bit lower. Still getting some sell side. Tesla still struggling here, testing 308. You can see the sell side pressure hitting the tape in full force, guys, full force. Vertex Pharmaceuticals bouncing as SPY is still dripping lower. Really nasty sell side hitting the tape here, guys. Really filthy. Palantir still holding steady. HIMS is now starting to come in just a touch. HIMS is coming in just a touch. Palantir still holding quite steady. SPY trying to sweep that 5-minute low. Chipotle still holding positive price. Carvana's being sold into. Look at catch-up, guys. KHC. Boom, up 1.34%, shaking and moving. Someone hold my hot dog and burger because this name is starting to pump here. Who took swing trade long on ketchup yesterday? We certainly did. We certainly did. Those calls are already printing. After we crushed this name the first time, KHC, for over 300%, our calls are absolutely ripping here to the upside. I like it a lot. I like that trade a lot. And we got so much time on those September 12th, $28 calls. Widespread, which is telling me KHC is probably going higher. CMG trying to make a move. Yeah, I'm still in HIMS puts, Sarfers, but I'm getting rocked. My average is $1.84. I hate saying it, but I'm stuck in HIMS. CMG trying to make a move higher, guys. Let's see if they can take HIMS back down to the deep dark depths of the lows. Seeing UNH coming through a bit of distribution. SPY, new lows on SPY, trying to be tagged. Palantir seeing more sell side. SPY did print a new low there, guys. We have a lot of selling hitting the tape here. Things are looking a little bit heavier across the board. UNH has been faded, so that's why also you have HIMS coming in a little bit. UNH is now getting faded here, so the healthcare complex is starting to come in. Look at SPY, looking pretty heavy. Volume coming in on SPY, but still substantially heavier. SPY is still dripping here. Drip, drip, drip. Palantir still holding steady. Nvidia losing that 178. Tesla down 0.43. AMD getting rocked, down 1.3%. Intel still holding steady. Mega cap tech. So SPY is still underperforming Qs. Qs is still outperforming all other indices. IWM now down 0.22%. So SPY is the worst performing indice. Then you have IWM small caps behind the Qs. Qs are still outperforming the broad market, so to speak. Gold is up 0.25. Dixie is trying to push. Nat gas, nice push on natural gas, up 1.5%. Bitcoin testing 1.74%. Sorry, 113,000 on Bitcoin. Look at our BITI, guys. BITI is absolutely printing to the high side here. Bitcoin is into a little bit of an initial profit taking zone. I said that we had those lower zones on watch. So Bitcoin is hitting a little bit of a TP zone here, guys. I am looking to trim half of my BITI. Still think we can go lower. But you can see we're testing that TP3 range on Bitcoin. So it's looking pretty heavy itself. Bitcoin below pre-market low, looking very heavy. So guys, I did just trim half of my BITI, guys. Half of my BITI. That is a member swing trade. I trimmed half at the highs here. Again, we went long BITI off of the 1729 pivot back here in mid-July. So I did trim half. Heads up, SPY still huge decline in SPY. Chipotle still strong price action in CMG. I like it a lot. But I did take profits. I'm moving stop loss to basically break even, so that trade is risk free. Look at CMG, guys. Monster mover. This is moving inversely with the market. Once the market bounces, CMG could absolutely even squeeze more. SPY is so heavy here. Nvidia, Palantir now starting to come in. Come on, CMG, give us a new high of day. Give us a new high of day. But epic declines. Yeah, HIMS is slowly coming back. This could be one nasty. The reason why, you know, the ranges on HIMS are so big is because of retail coming in as well. So I still think that HIMS can sweep this low and come all the way down to 52.40 here. I think that that's still a scenario that I have in the cards, which is why I've sat through a whole bunch of pain. But it's been an impressive reversal. I have to say that I did not expect HIMS to go green, right? Wow, look at the bounce on Vertex, guys. Anyone that took that long level on VRTX, epic, epic date tradable bounce level. Look at that nice little bounce. That is stunning. Isolating key levels, bouncing off of TP to a T. Stunning, stunning area. SPY catching a nice little bid here. Palantir still looking somewhat firm at these highs, holding its gains quite nicely here on PLTR. Very nicely, but you're into a weekly resistance level on PLTR. We'll see if it wants to give back any of its gains. PLTR could be setting up for a little bit of a dip lower. Let's look back to hims and hers. GameStop up 1%. KHC, Kraft Heinz Ketchup up 1.75%. What a monster on ketchup. Wow. Huge mover on KHC today. Markets are still selling. Let's look at that IWM. Joby, new lows on Joby. Take it down. Take it down. IWM selling off pretty hard here. Negating that last late day squeeze on IWM. Come on down, IWM. Come on downtown. Tesla getting clobbered right now. Amazon seeing a little bit of sell side. How's Mr. Softy doing? Yeah, Microsoft also looking pretty heavy here, but seeing a little bit of a 15-minute potential bounce. IWM is coming in hard. SPY's dripping lower. Chipotle Mexican Grill still holding steady. I like Chipotle a lot. Joby, new lows, guys. Joby coming in hot. Now Palantir's coming in hot. Look at Joby looking heavy. Can Joby fill the gap today? That would be a monumental decline. Palantir seeing some rejection. Come on, Hims. Come back to down to earth, Hims. SPY, new lows on SPY. Take us downtown. Come on, SPY. Take us down. We are seeing the markets coming in hard, guys. Coming in real hard. Markets are in for a nice decline here. Nvidia dumping. Tesla almost down 1%. That Nvidia 3-bar surge on the 15-minute chart is playing out to a T, guys. Look at the decline coming in full force now. I like it a lot, guys. I like it a lot. Take us down. Come on down. SPY is hit. Wow, huge decline. SPY is looking heavy here, guys, but it is starting to come into an interesting opportunity. That's for sure. Joby still dripping. Chipotle coming in. Hims coming in. Palantir coming in. Yep, Palantir's coming in, guys. Don't say we didn't inform you of that short level. At least that one's working out. That one should try to fill this gap in the coming weeks, maybe even coming days. So I like to see that. Look at Kraft Heinz ketchup, guys. holding steady, pumping to the high side. Let's get these 28 calls in the money. CMG also holding steady as this market is falling. This is what I like to see. Beautiful. Beautiful. CMG is going to give us a new high of day. Come on, break out of this opening range high. CMG. Palantir testing that 172. Nvidia should bounce here around that 177. SPY is into a bit of a long level here. SPY still hovering at the lows. HIMS reversing back down. Come on, Joby's only down 3.3%. That would be filthy. If they end Joby with a weekly topping tail, that would be absolutely filthy, guys. Joby weekly topping tail would be nasty. Look at CMG pumping to the high side. Beautiful. CMG, those 4250 calls for end of week are absolutely printing here, guys. We are printing profits. Look at CMG, new high of day. Let's squeeze it. Squeeze it, baby. Let's go. That is a member swing trade as well. And PLTR is pushing. Yeah, HIMS is also seeing some distribution. HIMS is coming in, breaking that $60 barrel. HIMS, new low of day. Give us those lows on HIMS, guys. Look at Chipotle. Here we go, Chipotle. Come on. Print it to the high side. Chipotle can squeeze. It's squeezing here with the market. You have a 15-minute inverse head and shoulders. Gives you an upside target of 43.90 on CMG. Bitcoin now down 2%, losing the 113,000 level. Things are looking pretty filthy and nasty. Microsoft's dripping lower. Tesla down 1%. Things are getting sold into here. SPY is hitting some near-term technical support. But the question is, are they going to bounce it here? Chipotle's squeezing. I don't have that position on the day trade because that is a swing trade with members, guys, that I called out last Friday. Alright. I'm writing the 4250 end of week calls. I'm at 76 cents entry. So those are absolutely printing. Come on, Joby. Keep falling down, Joby. Keep falling down. Markets could stage a pretty decent relief rally here back to, say, 629.13, your 5-minute EMA. So don't be surprised if we do get a bounce here. Do not be surprised. HIMS is still dripping a little bit lower here, guys. Anyone that shorted HIMS at the highs is laughing. I'm still underwater, but looking for it to take out the lows. SPY going right back down to the lows. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I certainly can. Huge sell side pressure hitting the tape here, guys. Joby new lows, Nvidia new lows, Palantir trying to test its OR low. HIMS is melting. I'm seeing Kraft Heinz Ketchup and Chipotle still holding steady. GIS, so your consumer staples are holding unrelenting strength right now, guys. Unrelenting strength on your consumer staples. Coin 300, there you go. Thank you, Sarfraz. Coin hitting 300. Called out those 300 puts in the pre-market. That was one of the A+ setups. So anyone that took that, wonderful, wonderful job. I was just too busy for coin, watching some of my swings. The problem with me having a larger portfolio in terms of the amount of positions I hold, it's tough for me to take on too many day trades, you know. 2 to 3 day trades at most, that's what I like to take on. Considering that I have still a lot of swing trade positions that I monitor. But 2 to 3 day trades is kind of pretty, especially if you're in some options plays. They require a lot of focus. Chipotle going for another high of day, guys. CMG is pushing as the markets are falling. I'm still seeing staple stocks. Chipotle printing that high of day. Look at this nasty squeeze on CMG, and this is happening with the markets not even bouncing. Joby falling off of a cliff right now. Come on, fill that gap, Joby. Fill it. Fill it, fill it. Palantir still holding steady, but definitely seeing some sell side pressure. Heavy sell side pressure hitting the tape here today. Very heavy sell side pressure. Chipotle could squeeze to 44 bucks today, guys. $44. We have Chipotle coming in. Hims reversing. Hims, if Hims loses this opening range high, guys, it's going to knife lower. Joby is a filthy beast today, falling down 4% ahead of its earnings. I want to see Joby take out that earnings low, or sorry, that gap fill. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting CMG. Palantir still seeing some selling. Are they absolutely going to take SPY into this gap fill today? There's strong potential. The markets are doing the infamous gap and crack. Yeah, VIX is pumping, SOX is pumping. Everything is getting hit here to the downside, guys. Pretty sharp declines across the board. Remember, yesterday we were looking for a dip in the market to go long off of this level, and we never got it. There was no pullback yesterday. Absolutely no pullback. Now, we are seeing a decent pullback. So I do have a long level that I still like down here. I like it even more now. If we were to flush into that zone, I like that even more. CMG still trying to push for another high of day. Come on. Come on, Chipotle. It's not even lunchtime yet, and Chipotle is munching. SPY still weak. Joby still falling. Nvidia. Microsoft now seeing more sell side pressure after it has, this is its 6 15-minute down candle in a row. HIMS is back down 7% after the session after making, look at the trading ranges on HIMS, guys. I mean, freaking gap down, push back up. You're going to take out these lows. The heaviness in HIMS right now looks like you're taking out those lows for sure. I would put money on that. Kraft Heinz Ketchup still pushing. Chipotle still holding steady. Joby, come on down, Joby. I want to see you take that gap liquidity and eat it up. Eat it up. Alright, I got to go to a larger time frame on Nvidia because Nvidia could be forming an hourly chart head and shoulders pattern, guys. Oh my goodness. Nvidia could fall down today, guys, to about 173 and change. Nvidia could go to 173 and change, guys. That would be filthy. So if Nvidia tests that 173, and that's an hourly chart pattern, that's where Nvidia could fall today. Obviously, it's staging a bit of a bounce right now. The equity markets are trying to hold steady, just a touch here. HIMS is bouncing off that OR high. So markets were a little bit oversold. All indices are still negative. Still have some pockets of strength. Names like Palantir, PGR. I'm seeing more of your defensive-based stocks, guys. Take a look at these sectors here momentarily. And look at what we're seeing in the sectors, guys. So your Dow Jones Transport's negative, Industrial's negative, Retail's negative, regional banks getting clapped. Materials are slightly green. Communications negative, Energy's negative, Financial's negative, Industrial's negative, Tech is negative. What is positive? Staples and real estate. Utilities down, healthcare down, consumer discretionary slightly green because of Amazon. So you're seeing your staple sector outperforming. That is a defensive flow of capital pushing into your sectors, guys. Money is moving defensively today, and can you blame it? Look at the selling that we've had. UNH coming down, Microsoft still seeing some sell side pressure, Nvidia trying to hold steady and bounce here. Nvidia's prior day low is sitting at 174.52. SPY still seeing heavy sell side pressure. Chipotle seeing some top wicks now, but still holding positive price. So you're going to have pockets of, and this is the thing, right? When tech sells is what we're seeing today. When tech sells, there's so much liquidity that one can leave the market, but there's so much liquidity in tech that it tries to find, what I'm getting at is when tech sells, not all of that capital leaves the market. It can't. some institutions have to, when they sell, they have to put it to work some other way, some fund managers. So basically, when tech sells, there's so much extra liquidity that could flow into other names, right? Names that are holding strength, your consumer staples. Obviously, some real estate stocks are holding steady. So names that are performing well, like Kraft Heinz, PGR, GIS, Chipotle, those are names that could catch some of that tech liquidity and pump them up higher in the near term. Joby catching a little bit of a 15-minute bid. CMG seeing some sell side. Microsoft still coming in, guys. MSFT down 0.64%. So you have Microsoft underperforming the S&P and NASDAQ. You have Nvidia underperforming the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. Right now, the Qs, actually SPY's the worst performing index. They're all kind of neck and neck, but SPY right now down 0.58. Qs are down 0.54 and IWM down 0.48. So small caps are still outperforming, but we often see that change, right? As you get deeper and deeper in the sell-off, typically small caps start to underperform and people are like, hell no, I don't want to hold these high beta risk stocks. Let's at least keep some of our tech positions. But so far, SPY and NASDAQ are underperforming the Russell 2000. Apple's still holding up 0.4%. Google's just slightly positive. Amazon's still outperforming everything today, down up 1.17%. Obviously, Amazon is getting a little bit more of a defensive bid because it's been through a huge decline off of its earnings. Microsoft just broke 532, looking uber heavy here on MSFT, guys. MSFT. I want to show you this NVIDIA chart because there is, after we get a little bit of consolidation here, after a bounce, there's an interesting pattern. Whether it happens today or by the end of the week, obviously semiconductor earnings are today. You have SMCI, AMD, some important household names that everyone will be watching. Sorry guys, I just have to plug some, but look at that bounce on NVIDIA. But the chart that I'm looking at on NVIDIA is quite interesting here. I just want to show you this. So NVIDIA's had that 2 hours of selling right now. If we get a third bar down on NVIDIA, where I think NVIDIA could actually sell to, obviously there's going to be some support at your PDL, prior day low. But the chart pattern that I'm looking at on NVIDIA, what if this is a head and shoulders forming on NVIDIA? What if, right? Just what if this is a head and shoulders forming on the NVDA chart, all right? Obviously, you got to drop this neckline down a little bit more. But if this turns out to be a head and shoulders on NVIDIA's hourly chart, that would be pretty interesting from a technical standpoint. Now, it hasn't triggered, right? But we're just forward looking. We're forward looking. Remember, the market's looking for two things all the time, every single day. Higher highs, higher lows. That's what the market's looking for, right? So here's our high pivot. Is this turning into a lower high for NVIDIA? Or is NVIDIA now consolidating, creating an inverse? So just like we looked at the head and shoulders pattern, could this be an inverse head and shoulders pattern on NVIDIA forming? That's what the market structure is looking for, is always to push higher or always to push lower. So if NVIDIA were to sell off more, this is the 173 target that I was just simply looking at. That would rope in. So why I think that we could go lower is because if NVIDIA falls down to this neckline zone, the 173 area, you would have an epic amount of people piling on the short side to try to chase this bearish pattern. And that would give market makers the liquidity to push NVIDIA to new all-time highs if this was a fake breakdown. So if this sold in, you would have obviously people buying long, but you would also have people trying to short NVIDIA for a bigger breakdown move. So that's where I think NVIDIA could go in the coming sessions. Obviously, AMD SMCI earnings will be on watch today. That could influence things. All right, guys, we have Chipotle Mexican Grill. Can we rally this into lunch? I'm getting hungry watching this stock. Joby's catching a bounce. Everything's catching a little bit of a 5-minute bounce. The problem for the S&P 500 right now, guys, is you've broken the opening range low. You're below your value area low as well on SPY. CMG still trying to hold steady here. SPY has broken some key levels. Still trading above your prior day. But let's go to a little bit of a larger time frame here. Just trying to see a little bit of a longer level on SPY. We will have a big bounce trade. You can see why SPY is bouncing on the 15-minute chart here. Basically backtesting this key zone. Nvidia is still seeing some more selling. HIMS is still seeing a little bit more selling. Come on down, HIMS. Let me just scroll through some larger time frames on SPY. Yeah, you're violating some pretty big levels here on the S&P. So SPY's hitting 4-hour chart support. You're hitting your 4-hour 50 MA. Where is that 7 and 20? I'm going to throw that on for briefly. So you're back below your 20-day moving average on SPY. That's sitting at 629.14. So back below it. Kind of interesting. Palantir is still trading at 173. So look at the 4-hour chart support you are hitting on SPY, right? That's why you're bouncing quite nicely off of that 4-hour level. It's a big level for SPY. But it's a nasty little 4-hour bearish engulfing candle. My volume is low right now. Volume? Or are you talking about price action volume? HIMS is staging a bounce. SPY is staging a bit of a bounce here. Oh, the indicator, yep. You could retest this value area high for sure. That's a strong chance. HIMS is catching a nice little bounce. Oh, what indicator am I using? Okay. Sorry about that, APK. I missed you there. So what's nice about this indicator that I'm using is, one, it's actually a tool in TradingView. It's not even an indicator. So it doesn't even affect, even if you're on like a basic plan and you don't have a lot of indicators. But nevertheless, if you're watching here on the side chart, you want to go to this forecasting and measurement tools. Drop it down. And these are your volume-based indicators. These are like free to use. They're very impressive actually. But the one I'm using is called the anchored volume price. And you have to play around with it. There's a bit of a learning curve to it. Because you can pick different ranges, you can pick like the last day of price action will give you the volume. You can pick the last week, you can go a month, you can go like 2 months, a year. You identify the range. So you kind of have to, how I like to use it is I like to pick major pivot highs, major pivot lows. Clear reversal zones, right? Where you have a large amount of volume, big wide range green candles or wide range red bars. So you want to use it appropriately, but it's called the anchored volume price. And basically, you'll have two areas that you can turn on the chart. I use yellow, that's just the color I like, but it'll give you a different color when you start it. You can customize it how you see fit. But you'll see this large volume shelf. That is your POC, point of control. That's where most volume was traded. That's where institutional volume is sitting. Then you also have your value area high, which I have it in purple here, 638.22. That's kind of your second most amount of volume that was traded. It's called the VAH value area high. Then you also have your value area low, where it's also your lowest, kind of your extra volume was traded up to the downside. So right now we're trading below that value area low, and typically that indicates bearish price action, at least more bearish price action. So we'll see if we retest that and get rejected off of that area. But that's what that is. No problem, no problem. Happy to help, guys. But there is a learning curve to it. I'll have to admit that. Alright, so nice bounce in the equity markets. A really good bounce back to the upside. The question is, do we get another down leg? Strong chance of that. Oh, I wish I had some more coffee right now. I need some water though. That's for sure. Alright guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Big bounce in HIMS. Decent little bounce in NVIDIA, Palantir. Again, I do think SPY is still going to go lower. Nice bounce in HIMS. CMG guys still looking to push our CMG long a little bit more. Some different music here. Seeing NVIDIA with some top wicks. UNH still selling. Nice bounce in Tessie. Amazon pushing back up. IWM still outperforming the S&P in a pretty decent way right now, guys. Him and hers 2025 guidance. What is that? On weight loss. Market talk. It's SPY seeing a little bit more sell side, hitting the tape right now. Interestingly enough, GME guys moving kind of inversely of the market. GameStop looking like it might want to go on a bit of a squeeze attempt here, guys. GME breaking to the high side here. Looking kind of interesting for a bit of a momentum long. But GameStop catching a nice little potential 3-bar surge on the daily. 1, 2, and then maybe a third one tomorrow. Could they squeeze GME, guys? Perhaps. Perhaps they are trying to squeeze GameStop here. Nice little rally today intraday as the market is weak. Very interesting. Is GameStop about to go for its little bit of a Wall Street bets squeeze? Perhaps. There is an inverse head and shoulders, guys, that is triggered on GameStop. Let's see the upside target that gives us. Nice little 4.5% squeeze. Yeah, a nice little move into 23.60, 23.50. That's sort of interesting. Very interesting. GameStop. Some momentum for sure on the session today. Interesting. Palantir still up over 7% on the session. Going down a little bit here. So we could just be consolidating. This looks like a nice little institutional sell program in the morning session that they hit us with. Usually these sell side programs like to happen in twos. So we've had one sort of a measured move down. The next measured move down, we will basically be able to calculate if this were to occur again. Wherever we top here, we can kind of pull the same symmetrical move down and use it as a little bit of a measuring tool. We'll see if that wants to happen. CMG, HIMS pushing right back up. So maybe we bounce back to that value area high, but wherever we sort of get rejected here, which it's probably somewhere in the 629, 60, 630 zone. But if we see rejection and this breaks a bear flag, we'll just use this measured move that we just saw intraday as our downside target. And I mean, I still like this long level down here around 623.44 right ahead of your gap fill. So perhaps we push back up to that value area low, see rejection. That's kind of what I'm anticipating a little bit here. Carvana is still down 1%. UNH has lost majority of its gains, but still holding slightly positive on the tape. Let's see how Vertex is doing. VRTX, yeah, looking like it's going to go lower. How's NVO doing these days? That one has been obliterated. Bitcoin back above 113,000. NVO, another day where it's hitting downside price action. Let's look at that AGL again. So a nice dead cat bounce off of the lows for AGL. SPY seeing more sell side. ONDS still doing quite well. That's printing to the highs of the session. That's squeezing to the upside. ONDS. Palantir looking like a little bit of a 15-minute bear flag forming. So PLTR could help the markets go lower. But look at that 3-bar surge on ONDS, guys. 1, 2, 3, right into resistance. As a trader, you always want to look for these setups. 3-bar surges happen so often, guys. If I could implore you to keep one thing in your trading arsenal, is on the daily chart, 3-bar surges are absolutely epic. Alright, so let's just say we decline here on SPY. Where should we go? I am going to drop my long level down a tad here. So that would be a measured move. If we follow the same sort of algorithmic sell plan that institutions did in the morning, if we follow that exact same selling plan for this wave 2 down, we should hit 623.24. That's what I'm looking for, guys, okay? But that would be a symmetrical move down. Oh, how's FIG doing today? Anyone get wrecked on FIGs? Told you to stay away from that. Anyone that took that was crazy. It's still gonna go lower. It's gonna sweep that IPO low for sure. No question. Catching a little bit of a bounce. Let's look at some of the other high flyers. CRCL. That's acting okay. Let's look at Coin. Wow, look at Coin. Yeah, Coin's filthy. Debt shelving. Coin should go lower too with the market. We'll see. Palantir seeing a little bit of selling right now. Let's look at how did that ZTS? I know we spoke about ZTS in the morning, but that saw a nasty reversal. Yeah, that's filthy, eh? Market makers are so deceptive. So deceptive. That's nasty. PLTR seeing some really decent sell side pressure now. What else we got moving here? GameStop still trying to press above $23 here. That's looking pretty good. Let's look at AMD real quick. AMD, really big bounce on AMD. That's a strong horse ahead of its earnings. AMD after the bell, set to report. Carvana continuing to go. I know someone was looking at Netflix. Cabin was looking at Netflix. So, members know I've been short Netflix for a decent time. I pulled a little bit of profits off. I think it was yesterday. I can't remember. Some days all the trading days just are a blur. But I'm still holding half of my position short common shares Netflix. So I did trim a little bit yesterday, I believe it was. I'd have to double check that. But I'm still holding Netflix short off of the 1246 level. That's my average. So yeah, I pulled already. I think Netflix can still go to about 11.11. 11.11, make a wish. Wow, look at the big stick on UNH, guys. Holy. UNH with a huge intraday 15-minute candle. I don't know if there's news on UNH, but that could be a news candle intraday. Wow, UNH, huge stick there. Look at that news. Is that news? That could be a news candle. I'm not seeing anything across my feed here. Let me search something here. Nothing on UNH yet. Wow. UNH is pumping here, guys. Pumping to the high side. That's a heavy volume. If anyone sees anything on UNH, let me know. Because that is a really, really big move to the upside for UNH. Looking like it's going to take out the highs of the session. That's for sure. So UNH seeing some heavy volume on the 5-minute chart. Spiking. I'm not seeing anything on my feed yet, but it does look like a news pump there for UNH. Obviously this name can have big moves since it's so depressed. You know, you could have a big player just all of a sudden take a multi-billion dollar position. Nothing on the news feed, but potential UNH news. Let me check the Twitter feed. If there's anything on UNH, Twitter usually gets it first before anyone. Latest. The UNH pumping, yeah. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, healthcare stocks are catching a bid here, guys. Wow. Look at that move. UNH pumping. We also have CNC catching a bid, but look at that stick on UNH. Wow. Filthy move. That is a big, big pump there on UNH, taking now up 2.2%. This is happening while the S&P is selling off a little bit here. Interesting price action in healthcare stocks right now. Really big bounce. Really big bounce there, guys. How's MRK doing? Merck, that's up 0.5%. Palantir testing the lows, guys. PLTR coming in. Wow, look at that stick on UNH, guys. That is filthy. Huge move. Breaking out here. Look at the pump coming into UNH. That is a monster move. Healthcare catching a bid. Where do they want to take this bad boy? Pumping it to the high side on UNH. That is crazy. Joby going through a little bit more of a sell side program. Mega volume there on that 10-minute candle, guys. I still don't see anything on UNH. Nothing's hit my tape yet. I looked across the feed. Maybe it's just an oversold bounce. Maybe some of that tech capital. Look at that move. It's still pushing. UNH still pushing, guys. Nice move. Stunning move on UNH. Sorry, I keep talking about that, but that's an impressive candle to the upside. Breaking out to the high of the session. Joby going for another lower sell-off. JOBY. Take us down, Joby. Take us down. Wow, look at UNH squeeze, guys. Anyone seeing anything on UNH? Because I still don't. I got a couple different news feeds open and I'm not seeing anything. I don't even see anything on Twitter just yet. Nothing coming yet. Palantir getting wrecked here, guys. PLTR really coming in. Well, I shouldn't say getting wrecked, but it's starting to come in. HIMS is also seeing some sell side pressure. Joby going for new lows. Take it down, Joby. Take it down, Joby. Give me new lows. I've been patient with this Joby put. It has been absolutely kicking my derriere. Alright, UNH slowly slowing down here just a touch here. Let's look at Palantir. Palantir could be shaping up for the next leg lower. Look at PLTR, guys. Don't say we didn't give you that short level. This is a swing trade short, guys, on PLTR. This is a swing short. Take out those lows. PLTR should absolutely knife once it takes out those lows. No, Cabin's saying UNH buys 5 billion in Bitcoin. You're lying. That can't be true. Are you serious? I was gonna say, no way that board. You had me there for a little minute. You had me there for just a second. I would say there's no way that board would approve that. It's like one of the oldest companies. There's no way. That would be revolutionary. That would pump the stock up though, that's for sure. That would be legendary actually. Maybe that's what they need. Although Bitcoin's going through a bit of troublesome price action today, that would be legendary. That's for sure. I'd absolutely laugh at that. I would laugh at that for sure. Alright, S&P bear flagging. Could be going through another little wave of sell side. Joby at the lows. Take it down, Joby. HIMS is under $60, down about 5.3% again. Still back above 60. It's fighting. HIMS is a fighter. Come on, Joby. Take us lower. Nvidia back under 177. UNH still pumping here, up 3%. Pfizer strong. Intel strong. Palantir up 6.6. Yeah, I mean, it could just be a, huge person. That's a news candle for sure on UNH. It has to be. It has to be a news. We just don't see it yet. We're not a part of the elite. Right? There's something for sure. That's a news candle for sure on UNH. We just don't have the exclusivity to find out yet. Right? They'll release it once the day traders start selling into it. That's when we'll get it. We're not a part of the exclusive club, guys, so we don't get it, unfortunately. I've scanned a few different news feeds here, and I'm not seeing anything yet. But for sure, it's a news feed. Dude, Joby new lows, Chipotle coming in, HIMS back under 60, SPY looking like a bear flag that wants to break. Microsoft trying to hold 532.20. Palantir probably going to take its next leg lower very shortly here. Have to imagine that's coming in. Some news hitting the solar sector. Enphase is still holding up though. United Health, time to double down, rating up. I'm going to hold what I have. I'm in a little bit of a longer term play, but I still like UNH, that's for sure. Ames is coming down a little bit more now. All right, I'm gonna take a seat. Let's fix this mic. So they're selling into UNH now, guys. Look at that. Oh shit, you can't make this shit up. Look at that. Just knifing into it. Wow, I'm getting another Chewy alert. Chewy. Getting more interesting now. Look at Chewy eating to the downside. Chewy falling here. Chewy is falling nicely now into a long level on Chewy. This is an even bigger long level on Chewy. This is hitting my weekly support level. Let me take a look on my other screen here. But yeah, Chewy hitting some nice downside levels. Could be a potential scalp long. Your weekly 200 MA is being tagged right now. Weekly 200 MA. Wow, they're dumping Chewy. Some calories while you're there. Yeah. Need a walking pad for your desk. I know. You do need a walking pad, that's for sure. That's why I like to stand a lot of the time, because least I get a little bit of exercise. But HIMS, they're finally starting to cooperate here on HIMS. S&P is still coming in. Everything's starting to come in here. Palantir as well. Microsoft still dumping. Nvidia still looking pretty heavy. Nice little potential topping till. PLTR is testing that opening range low, guys. That was an A+ setup. Even Chipotle's coming in now. But HIMS should give us a new low, guys. I was so shocked about it. Look at SPY dump here. Look at Palantir breaking that OR low, guys. Joby finally down nicely on the tape. Palantir looking heavy here. Still gonna press that short. Look at them dump HIMS, guys. HIMS coming in. So I'm seeing a lot of distribution. Even the strong stocks that have been holding up are seeing a little bit of sell side. Give us a new low, HIMS. Give us a new low. They're dumping Joby as well, guys. I like to see Joby. Joby coming in. Take us to Gap, Joby. Get these $19 puts in the money. Look at them knife, Joby. Joby's seeing red on the screen. It's about time frickin' Joby's seeing some selling, and it's still so extended. So what I'm thinking could happen on Joby, guys, is this looks like a fake liquidity pump. You are hitting a little bit of near-term support, but can they end Joby with a weekly topping tail? Imagine they sell it all the way down to 1827 today. That could happen. If this market goes to this target of 623, we could see Joby putting in a weekly nasty topping tail. Dump it is right. Dump this bad market to the ground. HIMS coming in hot. Wow. Can't believe HIMS made that huge reversal. HIMS should take out the low, guys. We're heading that way. We're heading that way for sure. So Amazon, Google, Apple green, Microsoft down 0.79, Nvidia down 1.86, IWM still leading the charge. Qs are underperforming this S&P. Bitcoin almost down 2%. Crude oil down 1.1. Here we go. $2.23. Palantir only up 5.7 now. We are pressing our short on Palantir, guys. I have a swing trade short and a day trade short. I said in the pre-market this is a dual level on PLTR. So where I'm looking to take profits on my day trade position is a lot different to where I'm looking to take profits on my swing trade. But I love when you get a double confluence of levels. When you get a swing trade and a day trade level hitting simultaneously, it often throws the probabilities drastically in favor of a much more profitable trade, and that's what we got on Palantir. I even discussed it yesterday on the live stream. I made a video about it, put it on a YouTube short, and then we discussed it in our pre-market today, and we just executed the game plan. So PLTR shaping up for a nice little potential daily topping tail. It's about time. But where I'm looking to take profits, guys, on my PLTR, for the day trade. Swing trade, I'm pushing into the gap at minimum. At minimum. But if we flip to the extended market on PLTR, take a look at our pre-market low. That's where I think we're going at minimum today. 168.13 is our first TP target for the day trade. Alright? Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Dump it. Dump this market. Dump it. SPY. Bear flag. Lowercase h. Hymns. Melting, guys. Joby at the lows. Microsoft printed a new low of day. Nvidia looking like it wants a new low of day. Citigroup getting annihilated, guys. Our city puts are absolutely printing machine. Citigroup wants a new low of day as well. A lot of stocks want new lows on the session, guys. A lot of stocks want new lows. Citigroup, give us a new low, Citi. Take us down. You could get a little bit of a double bottom bounce here on SPY. They could bounce us back to the top of this range here. I don't know if it's ready to truly break down. We should go lower, but the question is, do they give us a little bit of a facelift first? Remember, the markets want to trap liquidity, so just be careful. If you're trying to short and chase, they could easily float us right back to this little bit of a bearish range here that we have on SPY. Microsoft still heavy. Open has gone negative. HIM's down 8%. Intel, Pfizer still holding up okay. QuantumScape still holding up okay. ONDS faded. SoFi negative. NEO is negative. Tesla down 0.8%. AMD down 1.5%. UNH still holding near the highs. Lucid's gone negative. Rigetti, RGTI, slightly green, but under some pressure. What crazy price action in HIMS, guys. That's insane. GDX moving to... Yep. GDX is running. Gold's up 0.3. Palantir bouncing. Joby's trying to stage a little minor bounce itself. Your aggressive short level on SPY is basically this 628.91. Trying to peekaboo breakout out of the high of this range. That's your short level.
Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you, 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 there for you. Oh, I'll be there for you.
did just trim my city puts. I trimmed my Citigroup puts. Trimmed half of my Citigroup puts here for 139%. Still writing half of the contracts, but I did trim. $1.84, the August 22nd, $9 puts. Yeah, HIMS is still struggling here. where SPY is into an aggressive short zone, piercing that EMA 113. If you're a little more conservative, you wait for this value area low, 629.62, but this is definitely a little bit of an aggressive short zone on SPY. Big pump in NVIDIA, Intel, Pfizer, Microsoft catching a small bid, Palantir moving up. I'm going to take a little bit of a lunch break here, guys. Obviously, I'm still watching things. If anything changes, I will let you know.
When you were all alone, I'll be there for you. 'Cause I know that I'll be there for you. When you were all alone, oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you. 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 Oh, I'll be there for you. Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you, 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 there for you. Oh, I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you. Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you, 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 there for you. I'll be there for you. Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there.
jumping on the mic here, we are seeing the S&P go through a bit of sell side pressure. HIMS obviously getting hit pretty hard on some volume, news hitting the tape. Nevertheless, HIMS should give us a new low of day print, should take our $55 puts in the money. What a crazy range. I mean, you had a gap down, a go positive reversal, back to the downside. You know, where HIMS could flush, obviously it's going to be trading a little bit with the market, but look where HIMS pre-market low went, guys. All the way down to 53.18. So I'll keep that pre-market low on watch, but definitely looks like HIMS wants to give us some lower price, and I'd be okay with that. Spinning for sure, it looks like it. We're obviously riding HIMS puts, so I'm okay with it going lower. Let it drop. Let it drop. So 53.18 is your pre-market low. Decent sell-off. Microsoft bear flagging on the 15-minute. Roblox getting hit today. Hood is down 1.5. So I'm looking at trimming half of my HIMS puts at around this sweep of this low, right into this 50 moving average. Chipotle unfortunately knifing down. Everything is seeing some selling pressure right now. Tesla still holding on positive price. Give us a new low, HIMS. Give us a new low. Take us downtown. Come on, HIMS. A little bit of a facelift there. IWM looking pretty heavy, a nice 3-bar, well, potentially setting up a 3-bar surge down in the 15-minute. A lot more red starting to appear on the screen with this decline. HIMS is still holding those lows. Let's look at NVO here. So if you didn't read what Billy put in the chat, it's pretty interesting. Novo Nordisk announced the filing of 14 new lawsuits to safeguard patients from unsafe and unapproved compound drugs claiming to contain semaglutide. The defendants named in these lawsuits employ tactics that deceive patients into believing compounded products have been reviewed and approved by the FDA or have equivalent safety or effectiveness as Novo Nordisk's approved semaglutide medicines. The lawsuits allege that telehealth providers violate state corporate practice of medicine laws by improperly influencing doctors' decisions and steering patients towards knockoff compounded semaglutide under the false guise of personalized medicine. In reality, these are unapproved knockoffs that have been approved as safe and effective and are often made with illicit foreign active pharmaceutical ingredients, API, foreign active pharmaceutical ingredients. Clock is ticking for the FDA, only a matter of time before somebody dies injecting these APIs. Yep, new lows. New lows is right. No, we haven't taken out the lows yet. HIMS is still holding. I have a low on HIMS here on this candle, 54.70, but we should take that out. SPY's looking pretty heavy here. Nvidia still holding up okay. Microsoft looking pretty weak, so Microsoft also breaking down right now. Microsoft's definitely adding some extra bearish price action, breaking this bear flag on the 15-minute chart. Microsoft could have a knife all the way down to 528.70-ish. So it's definitely looking pretty weak, in my opinion. HIMS is still trying to hold here. Pretty impressive. Come on, HIMS, give us a sweep of the 50 moving average. Waiting for Joby. Our Joby $19 puts briefly went in the money there. Crude oil still down 1.3, Bitcoin down 1.27. IWM is the only indice positive, while the NASDAQ is leading the charge to the downside. Palantir still holding up 7.38% off of the highs though. I'll be right back, guys. HIMS is still looking heavy. Microsoft still looking heavy. Chipotle heavy. Everything is starting to look a little bit heavier here. SPY could be in for a late afternoon sell-off. Sour hour perhaps is starting to creep in. Give us a new low of day, HIMS. Come on, HIMS. Just knife it through that low of day. They're roping in tons of volume. Hundreds of thousands of shares are being roped in here at the lows, all for them to likely knife it through the low of day. HIMS should give us a new low of day. We're just teetering here on a knife edge, but it should give it to us. Give it up, HIMS. There goes SPY. I mean, if someone followed my trade, I had a horrific entry on HIMS. It went hugely up in my face. Held through what manipulation, and look at this stock now knifing. If anyone shorted it up here, that could probably be almost a, I don't know, 5x, 6x trade. But it would be monster profits. So hopefully someone caught a huge multi-bagger on HIMS today. because I'm in nicely in profit, and we still got more downside to come. Drop it down, Hims. Drop it down. SPY, if SPY loses this 15-minute intraday 50, it's been riding this 50 really once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. We're hammering on that trend line of support. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Billy. I'm in some farther dated Hims put options. Honestly, where Hims should probably be is around 30 bucks. If it had a weak market behind it, 20 bucks. But I think there's some fair value at around 30 bucks. Very Chipotle here. $55 call puts are about to get in the money for Hims, guys. $55 puts. Knife it through that liquidity. Come on down. Do 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 do. Do do do. Take us lower, Hims. Take us lower. Come on, Hims is stubborn right now. Does not want to give us a break of that low. You can just see the liquidity that's trying to hold it up here. But it should, guys. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. Oh yeah, retail will be broken, trust me. Look at this, $55 puts, guys. Bang bang. Drop it down, Hims. Here comes the low of day. Come on. There's 55. Puts are in the money, guys. $55 puts are in the money. Let's go. Printing to the downside. SPY's now giving it up as well. Uh-oh. SPY getting heavy. SPY getting real heavy. Here we go, SPY. Drop it downtown. Still haven't taken out the low of day on Hims, but it's coming, guys. It's coming. Small bounce in the equities. They're defending SPY here. IWM still positive, still have strength in Apple, Tesla holding steady, Intel almost up 4%, Microsoft still down 1%, Microsoft still dripping lower, looks like that bear flag is starting to play out. We will have more downside in Microsoft. Yes, we will. Microsoft definitely wants that gap fill, looks like, to me. Big bounce occurring in the equities here. Still waiting on HIMS to give us a new low of day. It should, guys. It really, really should. Just having to exercise a bit of patience. Rope in some more liquidity down here. One sec. Microsoft is still drilling to the downside here, making things heavy in the NASDAQ here. QQQ is selling off harder than the S&P 500. So, as we all know, this market is saturated with tech. What happens when tech goes down? It drags everything down, S&P 500 included. But right now, the QQQ is your weaker indice, so therefore, you need to be mindful. When tech sells, everything starts to sell. We'll see how much they want to take this NASDAQ down. So far, RSP, SPY, and IWM are catching a little bit of a bid as tech sells off, but we all know the market's not immune from tech. Microsoft still at the lows. HIM's down 12.2. Pfizer up 3 or 5. What is Pfizer? 5.33. Wow. Pretty good day for Pfizer. Joby trying to be defended off that 19 level. So Vinny. Basically, yeah, Hims actually did. They missed a little bit on their growth of their revenue. It's starting to show a little bit of a decline, but more important than their earnings for Hims is the fact that Novo Nordisk is suing the shit out of them and others. That's the big thing, right? If Hims loses this IP lawsuit, they could get cut in half over the next 6 months. I mean, the lawsuit's going to take a while, but it's not even earnings. It's the lawsuit that Novo Nordisk just launched against them and a bunch of other telehealth medicine providers. So that's the thing you need to be mindful of. And I'll post it here in the chat. Microsoft's still melting here, guys. MSFT still getting hit pretty hard. But we should get a new low of day on Hims. It's probably coming very shortly. Very, very shortly. SPY. Melt it lower, SPY. Roblox down 3. Palantir's still up 7. Hood is down about 2. Thank you, Vinny. Appreciate that. I'll take a look at Alright, so Vinny, you want to look at SMR last 6 earnings. Thursday we'll drop the rocket on Friday. Yeah, we can look at SMR for sure. So nuclear's been pumping. Oklo uranium has been pushing to the high side here. Small modular reactors, SMR. Let me just look at this weekly chart real quick. Yeah, this name could actually still have one more big spike up, but definitely has had a really solid price run to the upside. One more move, it's into a shortable level. Obviously, earnings is risky. Anything that you go into earnings, treat it as a lotto always sized for loss. Uranium is still elevated into the stratosphere here. Names like Oklo are still performing. So SMR is definitely one that can still catch a bid to the upside. But kind of lagging right now. Definitely lagging today, getting sold into, but perhaps that's just a fear because of earnings is approaching. But definitely looks like it can still make one more spike higher. So you've had... It's tough though. It's a tough name. SPY's melting here, guys. Potential bear flag triggering on SPY. Look at HIMS. HIMS, come on down, HIMS. Take us lower. Take us downtown. Billy's saying a recent bookings institution reports highlights that many compounded semaglutide products rely on synthetic API imported from facilities in China that lack FDA oversight or quality controls. Alarmingly, 60% of the Chinese manufacturers importing semaglutide for use in compounding or further manufacture are not even permitted to distribute that API in China for the use in its human drugs. That's filthy. That's some great info. Do. Alright, HIMS, give us a late day flush into the close. HIMS, power hour is approaching. Let's see if we can get sour hour for HIMS. Chipotle making a nice little reversal off the lows. That name's been tough to trade, but trying to be defended. Nvidia is now looking heavy, guys. So Microsoft has almost completed a bit of its selling, but now you have Nvidia curling to the downside. What's going to take this market lower? Knife it down. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just trying to peel my orange, and it's pretty juicy. Don't want to get my trading equipment sticky. Just gotta grab some paper towel. SPY dripping even lower. Nvidia looking pretty heavy here. Like I said, that NASDAQ, when it starts to sell, it's nasty. Look at HIMS roping in that liquidity, guys. HIMS is just roping it in. Rope it in to take us to a new low of day. About 90% sure we get a new low of day on HIMS. Pretty highly probable. All right, HIMS is still holding. Tesla's gone back to the negative side. PLTR continuing to see some distribution, but holding up quite well. Big bounce on HIMS, guys. Really big bounce. Maybe they want to gap HIMS down tomorrow. Look at the difference in SPY and Qs. QQQ almost sweeping those lows today. Very close to. HIMS getting a really strong bounce here. But QQQ is still looking quite heavy. They're definitely selling some tech here. Perhaps they're selling tech and rotating a bit into healthcare. Really strong bounce in HIMS here. Wow. Monstrous move back up. Netflix looking heavy. Yep, Netflix is looking heavy. Down sharply. Netflix is down another 1.93%. Microsoft trying to stabilize. Nvidia down 1%. SoFi down 1.5%. NVTS down 16.83%. Big Bear AI's gone negative. So big level here for HIMS. Is it going to get back above this trend line? Or is this a failed breakout? SPY's holding steady here. QQQ down 0.63. Throw my oranges out. So they are defending the S&P. IWM trying to push back up. HIM's catching a decent bid. Whoops. See if more headlines come out tomorrow on HIMS, or I think the biggest trap would be is if people pile in here on HIMS and then they announce more headlines after close and then gap us down tomorrow. Could easily gap down tomorrow for sure. Palantir seeing a little bit more selling. Microsoft still looks weak. Tesla hanging on slightly to positive price. Nvidia trying to bounce. So it's 4 minutes into power hour. Let's see what they do here with the market. S&P still looks somewhat bearish here, but trying to stabilize. Big bounce on HIMS off of the lows, holding that double bottom. Pretty impressive bounce for sure. IWM still holding steady. Anyone big here? Just took out our IPO low. Big just took out the IPO low. Still got quite a bit of volatility after the bell, guys. SMCI, AMD earnings. Maybe they're selling tech just to pump us up. AMD is another one. If we get a pop to the upside, I'd short the heck out of it. But if they pop AMD in the after here, guys, expect a common share alert. Where are we looking to short AMD? 185 plus. 188 would be an extreme move up. 7-8%. Yeah, 188, 68. What's the weekly ATR? It's around 200. Wow. Pretty impressive, eh? Big bounce in Joby off of the lows, over a 50-cent bounce. SPY trying to stabilize here. Small caps are still trying to push higher. So far, Apple slightly green on the tape, holding steady. SPX down 0.38, SPY down 0.39, QQQ down 0.64, IWM leading the charge, that's up 0.42. You have Nvidia down over 1%, Microsoft down over 1%, Google negative by 0.3, Amazon up 1%, Meta down 1.42, Tesla slightly green, Coinbase down 5, Netflix almost down 2%. Financials are seeing a little bit of weakness today with JP Morgan down 0.89, Carvana down another 3.21. Strength in your home builders. So that's great for our Lennar upside 120 calls. Boeing strong on the tape today. BA doing quite well. Biotech slightly green. Vertex Pharmaceuticals still down 19.5%. AMD going to earnings is down 0.85%, but drastically off of the lows. How's Cloudflare doing today? It's a pretty dirty topping tail in net. That's pretty nasty, guys. It's down 0.85%. Frontier looks like it could test the lows. PLTR coming in. HIMS is still bouncing. Quite miraculously surprised it didn't flush to take out the lows. Looking at your sector analysis here, staples, real estate, consumer discretionary are holding up well. Energy is green, materials are green, regional banks, retail, Dow Jones transports doing quite well today. Names like UPS, I haven't checked that out. I was looking at getting long yesterday. Nice bounce today. FedEx was another one I was looking at getting long. Decided to wait, and FedEx likely is pushing up. Yeah, look at that move on FDX today. Wow, astonishing move. Up 1.92%. Damn. Crazy moves in some of these transport stocks. The next wave of selling for HIMS. Obviously, it's bouncing with the market here. So IWM is still holding quite steady here, guys. Microsoft still looking pretty heavy here into the close. Nvidia kind of meandering sideways here. IMS is seeing a little bit of selling.
Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you, 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 there for you. Oh, I'll be there for you.
Floating right back up to the highs. IWM trying to charge higher. 6 minutes left. Can Hims take out the lows? Sure can. We'll see though. SPY's trying to float up here. Selling occurring in the indices. If you're looking for a SPY lotto, 628 puts look intriguing. Looks like we could have a late day sell-off. Microsoft still flagging, putting in a bear flag, but it is at a 15-minute chart support level, but it does look like we can break it. Hims is holding steady, guys. What's everyone's prediction for AMD after hours? SMCI after hours. Let me pull up here, see what we got going on. Do 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 do. Bum bum. AMD should come out right at 4 o'clock. Fleck AFL at 4 o'clock. What? Assurant, 4 o'clock. What is going on here? Stream's tripping. My stream is tripping. Chegg earnings, Centrus, CRUS. Interesting. Let's see that name. I haven't looked at that in quite a while. IWM, huge divergence. IWM is just ripping to the upside. Yeah, AMD and SMCI. SMCI's got a little bit more consolidation than AMD, but we'll see. AMD's a darling in the SOX ETF, and AMD has the most weighting in the SOX, so you got Coupang at 4 o'clock as well, Dexterra. SPY catching a nice bid here. Final 30 minutes of trading. And we got HIMS curling to the downside, NVIDIA trying to curl to the upside, IWM trying to go for 221. Looks like IWM wants a new high a day. We will see if that is the case. Palantir just chopping sideways. S&P 500 still below some of the key moving averages on the 5, 10, and 15-minute chart. Let's look at ON today. That got absolutely bludgeoned yesterday. Yep, down to the lows again. On semiconductor looking a little more intriguing down here. Into its gap fill. Still needs to go a little bit lower. But tagging a major volume weighted average price. Very interesting. Quite interesting. I hope ON has another gap down tomorrow or sees decline, because we'll get a nice day trade long opportunity. NVIDIA is still trying to push higher. Seeing a bit of a buy program coming back into semis ahead of the earnings prints. IWM still standing firm. Yeah, I see the inverse head and shoulders building on the 5 and 15 minute, but I don't think it's going to play out. You know, I still see this chart. It's weak. Remember, the probabilities of a stock retesting either a pre-market gap down or a pre-market gap up is very high. Very high. If you were to backtest that strategy, I'm not too sure what the percentage would be, but I would say it's probably around 80% at, it's probably an 80% chance of either retesting that pre-market level. So you've seen NVIDIA retest pre-market high levels off gap ups. HIMS gap down low is much, much lower, around that 53 area. So I think that there's a strong chance we still go lower. Hence why I'm in put options. But HIMS right now holding off of the lows, down 11% on the session. AMD down 0.88. Tesla's still green. If AMD misses today or its reaction is poor, my oh my, it's an important stock for this market. Heavier weighting in the SOXX than any other semiconductor. So they're just keeping SPY pinned here in a range, waiting for earnings. Here comes SPY. You're dripping a little lower. Take us down. Take us down. "23 minutes, hymns to take out the low. 23 minutes for hymns that still can do it." Late day sell-off. IWM seeing some selling here. Everything is seeing a little bit of selling. Except for Nvidia. Nvidia is holding steady. Tesla's gone back to the negative side. We are looking much heavier on the S&P here. Getting a bearish crossover of some key moving averages. A nice cluster of MAs here. Really good cluster. Yep, looks like a late day sell to me. Come on, chop it down. Chop hymns down, chop Joby down, chop Microsoft down. The only thing is that the IWM is still holding steady here. So definitely a distribution day where you've seen tech take a bit of a back seat. IWM has recaptured leadership. Healthcare stocks, UNH potentially putting in a bottom here, up 3.87%. A nice move on UNH today. It's been a rare sign for UNH, but long term, I mean, the company's fundamentals are still very strong. How crazy is that, guys? UNH earns more profit, more revenue by a large margin than Palantir, and it's a way smaller market cap. Sure, the revenue growth isn't there, but I mean, it's insane, Palantir. Nvidia is still curling to the upside here. Still got Snapchat earnings after the bell too. There's quite a bit of earnings here, guys. Coupang, Aflac, MPC. Yum is already reported, but yeah, Snapchat as well. Open's going to be an interesting one. S&P trying to break down here, but Nvidia curling back up. You can see Apple's really seeing some distribution. Looking at Google. Google's near the lows of its session. We'll see if Nvidia wants to sell off at all, but it's holding steady here on the 5-minute chart. Microsoft now selling. Nvidia's got some top wicks. Chop it down, S&P. Chop it down. "17 minutes. Take those lows. Hymns, take those lows." Take those lows, Hymns. Let's sit down for the flush here. Nvidia's now seeing some selling. IWM still holding steady. Treasury yield rising. Big candle on Nvidia, guys. Nvidia's coming in. This market's gonna go. Nvidia's seeing some heavy 5-minute bearish engulfing candle. IWM still holding steady. This is the NASDAQ QQQ selling off. SPY is still holding some relative strength. IWM holding really good relative strength. Microsoft did give us a new low of day there. Palantir curling back up. Chopping it down. SPY coming into 628. Seeing a nice dip. Microsoft new low of day. IWM still pumping. Alright, so we'll see what happens after the hours with AMD, SMCI, Snapchat, Open, iTub. There's quite a few names reporting, but AMD and SMCI. Really AMD, SMCI is not even that important. It's AMD. It's AMD after hours. Aflac is decent, but Nvidia is curling down here. We could still see more weakness creep into this market. Microsoft at the lows, so they're drilling Microsoft and Nvidia here into the close. Look for more NASDAQ and S&P weakness here. I'm still trying to hold steady, just under 221. Microsoft still at the lows. Big bounce there on Nvidia. MOC is coming out. This is where you get pretty decent volume across the board. HIMS is selling. Palantir ripping. Microsoft still near the lows. Apple's down. Meta still negative. Tesla holding 310. Big bounce in equities. Microsoft's not really participating in the bounce. It's a good sign. Coinbase still down 6%, under 300. Big bounce in the S&P there. Apple down 0.25%, Google down by 0.3, Meta down 1.48, Nvidia bouncing here on the 5-minute chart, down 0.74. Qs are still lagging. Microsoft still heavy. Palantir trying to hold steady. So the dripping HIMS here into the close. Is HIMS going to gap down? Selling Joby into the close. Pumping Palantir. Trying to give Chipotle a little bit of a pump into the close. Still negative on the tape. Bitcoin's been weak all day, but off of the lows. Pfizer, Intel have been strong all session. Open is getting a nice pump here into the close, up 3.25%. You do have open earnings. UNH still up 3.8%. GameStop up 1%. Silver Juniors rocketing up 3% today. Sell off on HIMS here. They are selling SPY. Microsoft still at the lows. Nvidia holding steady. Microsoft getting smoked today, down 1.56%. Still holding that gap up. Seven minutes left. Can HIMS take out the lows? Come on, HIMS. Flush into the close. That would be lovely. Notice like HIMS has kind of moved inversely of the actual healthcare stocks, XLV. So you look at XLV, names like J&J, UNH, Novo, HIMS has been rocketing to the upside. Now maybe you're getting this divergence where HIMS is going to go through its pain, but UNH, J&J, other healthcare stocks might try to firm up at these levels. That'll be interesting. So they're dumping Microsoft here into the close really hard. Microsoft getting heavy, down 1.5%. Apple's being dumped. Surprise SPY is holding this steady here. Final 5 minutes left in the tape. But look at them take Microsoft down here into the close. Absolutely snaking that liquidity in that wide range green bar. Huge filthy move down, guys. Palantir getting a nice little pump into the close. HIMS is looking heavy. Heavy HIMS. IWM still holding firm. Tesla still slightly green, flat on the tape. American Airlines strong today. Rivian down 2.1. AMD down 1%. Intel up 3.82. It'll be interesting to see if Intel, our positive price action on Intel today, is kind of telling us that maybe AMD has a bad earnings print or reaction. Imagine that was the intraday signal. Capital rotating into Intel. That would be pretty crazy. Bum, 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 bum. To the close. Bigger sell side dip for Nvidia. Watch Qs and SPY. Uh-oh. Nvidia's getting heavy. Three minutes left. UNH up 4.2%, getting a really big move into the close. So strong price action in UNH. GameStop still holding steady. SPY seeing more selling. Microsoft still at the lows. Nvidia seeing some more distribution. HIMS is still heavy. Gap down tomorrow? Maybe, if earnings are negative. AMD is a big heavyweight. Has the most weighting in the SOXX. Can't deny AMD. At least we shouldn't have to wait for AMD too long. Big volume into the close as usual. A little bit of a down move there on AMD into the close. Let's see what they do for AMD, guys. That is the market session. Nice job if you banked profits on HIMS. I'm still looking for more, but we got a ton of earnings set to report here. AMD, SMCI are some of your big ones. Amgen, AMGN beating Wall Street's expectations. I just saw that come across the stream. But AMD is your big one on watch, guys. It should be out momentarily. AMD will likely beat earnings. I find it hard pressed not to. SMCI. A lot of names are reporting. Should get them momentarily, guys. Amgen's out. Double beat for Am, or beating expectations there. Not really sure what its reaction is doing. AMGN. Amgen wicking down slightly. Snapchat's also on deck today. Open is on deck. Nothing yet that. Snapchat also set to report. Let's give us Snapchat's getting some movement here. I feel like Snapchat's gonna beat their amount of ads they're running. Skyworks. Skyworks is pumping, guys. Rivian's down on the session 4%, so that's falling. It's gonna bounce around, I'm sure. Yeah, Rivian's bouncing around here. Getting bought right back up. Rivian Q2 1.3 billion versus estimate of 1.284. So it beat on the revenue, but Rivian's definitely under a bit of pressure here. You can see Rivian closed around that 1217, pushing lower. So they missed on EPS, but they beat on the revenue, Rivian. It is under some pressure. Still waiting on the big boy AMD. How's Open doing? Rivian lost bigger than expected on higher cost, lower credit income. Interesting. Are they gonna spike Open? 1.5 billion estimate in rev. We'll see if that comes in. Skyworks, SWKS raises dividend to 71 cents for Skyworks. It's a good print. Skyworks is definitely pushing. Chegg is out as well. Chegg is falling. Let's look at ANET. ANET is out now, guys. Q2 estimate. EPS 70 cents for ANET. ANET is gapping up slightly. SMCI missed, guys. SMCI missed. How's the stock reacting? Down on the tape right now for SMCI. Nasty little down move for now. Toast is out. TOST. But SMCI getting hit to the downside. You can see SMCI closing at 57, trading at 51 currently speaking. You filled that gap around 49. That's a big level. Upstart is out as well. UPST, guys. UPST is out. UPST, let's see that high short interest squeezer. UPST, wow. Wow. UPST, oh, I thought it was down at 50. No, it's pumping here. Look at that UPST move. Huge push. Wow, we got so much tape hitting. My feet is just going absolutely insane right now. But UPST beat. That is a high short interest squeezer. Whether or not it holds, time will tell. TOST is out as well. Toast, that basically reaction is positive. Pushing to the high side here. Oh my god, I can't even keep up my news feed, guys. Just so crazy. So again, Rivian's an interesting one. Obviously, right now it's hurting Tesla as well. Rivian's reported total revenue of 1.303 billion for Q2, a slight increase from the 1.15 billion in Q2 2024. However, the company faced a gross large loss of 206 million compared to a gross loss of 451 million in the same period last year. The net loss for the quarter was 1.115 billion, an improvement from the 1.457 billion loss in Q2. So it's better, but obviously market participants are still not liking the print. It is a loss. Nvidia is also down. Wow, SMCI is lowering its fiscal year guidance. That is not good. That is going to get absolutely decimated, guys. SMCI lowering its guidance for 2026. That is disgusting. It's going to get decimated tomorrow. You will have to certainly watch that. Down 12% here, SMCI. That is filthy. Let's look at CPNG. Go figure, IWM is still holding steady in the pre-market. CPNG closing at 29.92, bouncing around here in the after hours. Wick down, wick up. Still have Snapchat set to come out. Snapchat's wicking around here, still waiting for that name. That is a household favorite. Snapchat is wicking around here. Let's look at AFL, Aflac, pretty big market cap. Still waiting on that name. Still waiting on big boy AMD. Aflac dipping, getting bought up. We'll see what happens there. Still waiting on AMD, guys. AMD and SMCI missed. That semiconductor complex is going to absolutely sell tomorrow, guys. I'm telling you, that's semis. If AMD, all eyes. I'm expecting AMD to push. I would love to get another shorting opportunity, but if we sell, we sell. Look at SMCI. We're going to get an epic trade tomorrow in SMCI, guys. We're going to short the heck out of this name. As long as AMD doesn't propel the whole market. AMD can still save things here. It's still a heavyweight in the class. Has the most influence in the SOXX. We'll see what happens here. Point of control in AMD is down at 161. Value area highs at 170.65. Your value area lows all the way down at 113.86. Look at SMCI just knifing here, guys. Knifing around. What is AMD gonna do? Come on. That's a filthy decline on SMCI. Alright, let's look at CRUS. Snapchat is out too. We'll take a peek at that. CRUS, another semiconductor play, trying to spike to the upside. Snapchat is out, and Snapchat is, drumroll, boom. Oh shit. Ouch. I actually looking to buy Snapchat. Oh my goodness, I would love to buy a Snapchat at a gap fill, $8 here. You do have some support around 80 something. Yeah, there's some support here at 802, guys. If you want to take a high-risk scalp long, Snapchat coming into $8 support. $8 support, high-risk scalp trade. I'm going to take a high-risk scalp trade on Snapchat, guys, at a pierce of $8. Just common shares. And I'm going to risk... Alright, guys. Let it pierce. Come on, a little bit lower. I'm gonna take Snapchat long. Oh my goodness, that was the wick through. I never took a fill yet. I'm looking for one more little dip. 793 and I'm gonna go long, guys. 793 and I'm gonna go long. Snap. Come on. Snap 789. 789. High risk. Long snap. 789. I'm going to risk 775 as my stop. 789 on long snap. Looking for a bit of a dead cat bounce here. This is high risk. TP 810 to 814. Come on, guys. One little bounce on Snap and I will be out. My risk is going to be 775. Come on. Bounce us a little bit more, Snap. Still waiting on AMD. Alright, guys, I have a break-even stop loss on Snapchat. Break-even stop loss. Come on, TP. Hit 810. Still in, guys. Still in. AMD's about to come out soon. Come on, Snap. Bounce a little bit. Bounce a little bit. AMD's wicking around here, guys. AMD's pumping. AMD's pumping. It should help our Snap. AMD's, uh-oh. Liquidity sweep. Ooh. AMD. What is going on? It's wicking around, guys. So I'm long Snap off 789, looking for 810 wick, guys. Looking for 810 wick. Guys, Snapchat's coming into target. Snapchat's coming into target. Guys, I'm all out of Snap. All out of Snap. 810, all out. There's a quick little bounce. I'm all out. Boom. That's how you scalp a risky earnings play. All out of Snap there. That was a nice, cool 210 bucks. All out. Alright, Snapchat's off the table now. Don't get caught in that name. SMCI still weak on the tape. AMD. Alright, guys, I am probably going to call this stream to an end here. That was a little bit of an earnings action there. Rivian trying to bounce off the lows. AMD holding steady here, trying to push this market back higher. Right now, a lot of earnings have had negative prints across the board. But AMD is really the one that matters. If it can hold steady, then this market should be okay tomorrow. But all eyes will be on AMD in terms of what happens here. But I appreciate you all tuning in. It's been very, very interesting. We'll certainly have opportunities tomorrow. Snapchat will be on watch for a nice epic day trade long again. SMCI will also be on watch for both a short and a long. Other than that, take care, everybody, and we'll see you on the charts.